Hello. Good afternoon. Boop. Hello, Flapple. You ready for a nap? Nap sounds good. Actually, before I get too distracted, let me go grab my water bottle. I got it back from the Kempo place. Yes, hydration. Redeemed Boop the Snoot. I just put my gloves on. I don't want to do squish the squish. Keep my gloves on. Alright, you redeemed Boop. So here we go. Ready? Boop. That's for you. I drank some water. Got some bongos in chat. Yay. I anticipate today is going to be mostly quiet as I focus and work and stare at my phone every so often in paranoia that the term next person is going to call me because they did not show up for their appointed time, and so now I'm just gonna be like all day. First I was cold, now I'm warm. I wonder if I just put it in my calendar wrong, but yeah, I don't know. Thanks, Flappu. I need the luck. I don't know. I was available during the time slot that was given me, and now I'm not. So, tough luck for them. I think I need like a 45-minute power nap. Oh, Flappu. Work has really been grinding this week, hasn't it? Alright. Do I need to update my check-in list? I probably should. It's like 2 days out of date. My checklist. Where is it? Here it is. Now, you're in crunch time? Oh, gross. Crunch time sucks. I'm sorry, Flapple. Let's see, we're still doing Gossamer Lake, still doing Warrior of Hearts, Patreon, Gumroad is done. Cool. Checklist for the week, I guess. Alright. Let's keep doing the flat colors and organizing our things. So color details, make sure everything's on the right layer. Yep. Boop, boop. Okay. Alright. Not me being so confused I wrote in the wrong chat. Oh, Minnie! Hi, Minnie. Did you come to say hi from a different chat? Is that what happened? No. It happens. It's okay. How's Minnie doing? All by your lonesome on YouTube. Oh no! Ah, I forgot to set up the YouTube chat. Damn it. Let me do that. I can't see the YouTube chat. RIP YouTube. Let me grab the chat. Ah, yes, YouTube, right? It's their loss. They can always book another time if needed. Aha! I found Minnie. Yes, it is their loss. I mean, maybe like Flapu was also saying that maybe they got busy in their other things. So, but I would hope that they'd like message me. You know? Yeah, we found Minnie. Browsing when I saw live status and clicked in. I see. Okay, okay. All good. Well, I've got the chat now, so we found past Minnie. I mean, they should if it's important enough. Yeah, I mean, it's like a follow-up thing. You know, I did get a message, like a text, from the person who's doing the thing. So, like, I could just, like, text him there again to be like, hey, did we have a thing today? It's May 9th. May 9. Oh, May 9, comma, 2024. Alright. If this doesn't work, I'll probably have to, like, call my dad to call Terminex because it's on his account. Like, I could text them. I might as well text, it's easy enough. Because, like, if I contact the dude directly, he could at least be like, oh, this happened, or something like that. Because, like, this guy's already been by every 2 weeks for the last, like, 2 months for this problem, so yeah. He, like, sent me a reminder back in April, so might as well. I might find out something. Because I don't want to call Terminex. That would be my next call. We'll see. Anyway, we can go back to doing our stuff. A new update on Global Comics. Can selectively choose what to paywall and what not, which you're kind of excited about, depending on how big the turnaround on pay will be. Wasn't that always there? Well, you could paywall, like, issues of your thing, or like chapters. That reminds me, I need to put the rest of Bones Tarot on there. But I was gonna, like, paywall chapters 9 through 32, as per my contract. Or is this like a new paywall sort of thing, Mini? It made me upgrade to that? Oh, that's neat. I think that's a good tool. It does rely upon a user base that, as of right now, I think you still kind of had to pull from other places to come read your comic. It's like having all the options you'd expect from Tapas and Webtoon. Oh, that's cool. I like that. I like having the tools for that. It just reminds me that I really need to get on, like, setting up all these other sources for Bones Tarot to, like, at least spread it around the internet. Because it can only help. But I need to, like, set aside time for marketing. Especially because I cannot currently pay for marketing, so I had to do the free options, which is marketing in exchange for time. And time is that elusive butterfly. Ah, social. It gets paywall to premium users who are subscribed to the platform. So based on premium views is very... Oh, so they added in a site subscription. That's cool. Like that. Yeah, it's kind of like on Twitch if you have the Turbo or YouTube Premium, we still get like ad revenue. I wouldn't mind being part of that. Getting a little revenue share from that would be nice. As opposed to asking people to, like, individually buy your chapters. That's a good upgrade. You still use your website? No, I do not. I don't have time to upkeep a website. There really isn't much point for me at the moment because a lot of my income is coming from my side gigs. So, like, the first half of this year is definitely going to be focused on, like, that work while, I don't know, just trying to keep up with my early access comics on Tapas. I do not have the name recognition to warrant running my own website and asking fans to sort of, like, go over there. Or, like, I don't know. If I make a website, I want it to be able to pay for its own upkeep, which I don't have the time to do at the moment, to pay for a server. Yeah. It's just not worth it at the moment. Oop. Nope. How do I... Oh, just grab it. Next. Skin, eyes, hair. Then change this. Let's see. view medium list. Oh, dang it. Fine, we'll worry about that later. Alright. Open coat, hoodie, jeans, jean cuffs. Is that jean cuffs? I don't remember how I designed him. Oh, he does. Okay. Well, maybe his jeans are shaped like that. Shoe color 1, shoe color 2. Okay. Great. Oh, Fluff was gotten off the side. Fluff was busy. Damn it. Ah, his earrings. I'm gonna keep forgetting this man's earrings. So I had an itch, because for whatever reason, I just thought of the beginner's guide again. And I wanted to see if I could listen to some other people play the beginner's guide and see their perspectives on it. Found out, just as I googled it, that Jacksepticeye 8 years ago played this game. I'm very interested to see how he ends up interpreting it. Because I know I had a very visceral reaction. But I have a feeling his will be a little different. You watch it then? Yeah, I'm watching it right now. And it's funny. Oh, that game definitely stuck with me. Like, that's why I was just like on a whim. I was thinking about it and I'm just like, huh. I kind of want to see other people's interpretations of it. I feel like it's the kind of game that I actually would probably sit down and, I don't know, write my own interpretation of. 'Cause... Ooh. I was so mad at the fictional narrator. Just be like, how fucking dare you? Oh, you watched it a few years ago? Yeah, I just... Oh, man. I was so... about it by the end. Because it just... And now, listening to him from the start, again, I can't help but, like, pull apart each and every bit of dialogue. Because there's so much hypocrisy in it. So much hypocrisy, and it's so blatant. When you're looking for it, I'm not sure if it inspired me or if it just made me mad. Because, I mean, I played it at a time when I basically felt like Coda. Right? And I was just like, how dare you? You were not allowed to do this to somebody else's stuff and then interpret it however you like. And just, oh no, the game definitely, it spurred you on? I suppose so. It certainly made me want to create more, I suppose, like, things that are inspired by personal life. Because I guess, like, that appears to be some of the strongest storytelling that I've done. Like, Bones Tarot was definitely a bit like that. At a time when I thought, like, reconciliation would be a nice thing. And so, in Bones Tarot, it worked out. Granted, it did not work out for me in real life, and that's what's caused other future stories. But that's life, isn't it? We reinterpret things. And that's why we have something like Love in Vain, which I really need to continue writing. I may do that, because I don't know, my eyes feel vaguely tired. Like, I'll work until I can't work on the computer anymore, and then I think I would go and do writing for Love in Vain, because I feel like watching this again, watching Jacksepticeye play it again, will make me mad all over again, because I'm just like, every time I replay the game or if I watch the game, I reanalyze it. So I'm just like, maybe, you know what? I will work. I will work until you're done with work, Flapple. That's what I'll do. That way I can kick back at my writing desk later today and work on Love in Vain. It'd be really nice, honestly, to get the demo of the game and put it on Steam. I really want to do that. And because I think that'll help spur me on to work on like an alpha build of it. And then there's like all those Steam tools that let you do, there's like alpha access. I can give out invite codes to people who can like play and test chapters and threads of the game as I make it. And I think that'd be nice. Yeah. Yeah, I need to get a new demo out so I can like motivate myself again. I work until like 7 p.m. your time today. That's fine. I started late today anyway. What time is it? It's like 3:35, right? I started around 2:10 because I was waiting for the Terminix person. 2 to 7, that's what? That's 5 hours of work. I can do 5 hours of work. Plus, it's Thursday, and Cherry is busy, so there's no drama night tonight. So I've got no plans. It would probably be good for me to put in a chunk of time anyway. I feel like after finishing watching Jacksepticeye play the beginner's guide, there was another video I saw on the little search list of somebody who like did a 2-hour analysis, and I'm just like, ooh, I would like to listen to you as well. So I might do that. We forgot Xena again. We did, but I mean, the brain cell wants what the brain cell wants, Flapu. I don't see any of us remembering Xena at the appointed hour. Like, I come home from Kenpo and it's immediately back to posting, so we'll naturally float back to Xena when we feel like it. It just so happens that creating stories is more fun than eating them at the moment. That's all. That's all. The best thing is, we get to choose. We're not required to do anything. I mean, unless one of you guys really want to watch Xena, then I mean, just say so. We'll watch Xena. You want to see more Senju? You'll get to see more Senju. I think Katana can get that phone call from Ishani pretty soon. Now that he's like calmed down a bit. Might be a good time for the phone call. Up to you. Then we can bring in Ishani and Shelly. Well, if you want, you're gonna have to get back to him, aren't you? I can't wait to have him play across from, like, Emmanuel. I really like Emmanuel's character from the little headcanons that we've got going on. Katana answers a phone call by not saying anything. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that Ishani's used to that, and she'll usually start her phone call with, "Are you there? Say something." Everyone's slowly learning Katana's idiosyncrasies, and I am here for it. That's the only panel that he's on in this. It's fun, and Fi being calm helps a lot. Yeah. Fi is always calm. I assume. Unless, like, you know, unless Ishani's in danger. Or, I suppose now, if Katana is in danger, then he will calmly attack whatever it is that's putting them in danger. Fi's a unique guy. Fi's a unique guy. I really like his character. Because, like, me and Cherry discussed him a lot as she was developing him. And I'm very excited for his stuff and his development. Got some surprises in there. And there'll be surprises that Cherry will reveal at her whim. And I'm not allowed to say anything about it. But I'm excited. Aw, yay, yay. Okay. Enough chit chat. Time to get back to Jack playing the beginner's guide and for me to get angry at it again. I will write an essay one of these days. I'll like sit down and like play the beginner's guide and take notes. Really, really copious notes. 'Cause I don't know, I listened to it, and given my own like deep dives into narcissistic personality disorder and all the things that I have learned about narcissism from like a proper like clinical psychologist perspective, oh, it's like a dead ringer, and I can't unsee it, and I don't see anybody like analyzing it from that perspective, and I have a strong need for it to be discussed in that context, because it feels important, especially as like you just see that kind of behavior more and more nowadays, and I'm just like, oh, I would prefer if people were more informed about this, because like there are words to describe what is happening here. I don't know. If that other video I watch later doesn't bring up narcissism, I'd be like, alright, time for me to try my hand at a video essay. That'd be fun. This one-off game analysis video essay, and then I never do another one ever again. Because that's not my job. I'm an artist. I'm just fixating on this game just a wee bit. Just enough to be interesting. I feel like once I get it out of my system, I'll be like, okay, I'm good. I've done my review on this game that came out over 8 years ago. And now I never have to look at it again. Because by then I'll have spent like 100 hours or something just deep diving into this game. I suppose that is the mark of a good game. If it provokes so much thought. Like, good job. Good job taking over my brain. You did it. I spill all the secrets so everyone sees them a mile away. Yeah, it sticks with you. It's so sticky because it feels like such a betrayal. You know? Like you, as the player, you feel betrayed. I felt betrayed. And then indignant. Indignant. Yeah, I said that right the first time. Like, just like, no. Right, I still have the recordings, I think, way back when. And I remember playing it back, and like when the big reveal happens, I just go quiet for a second. I go, what? Wait, what? What's going on? What do you mean? Because goddamn. I wish I could go back and play that game for the first time again. Like that's like one of those things, one of those games where I'm like, I wish I could go back and replay it for the first time, not knowing anything. Cause good lord, it was a doozy. Maybe I'll do like a floating idea, throwaway idea here. Is I want to like play it by myself, make all of my notes, and then stick my notes onto the side, and then do like a live stream where I play it once more, but I also like bring up my notes so that I can commentate on it live, and then have that video be like the final like YouTube video, you know, like there would be a live stream of it and then I'll edit it so that it's kind of like a live streamed video essay, an extemporaneous speech, if you will. I feel like that'd be fun. I feel like that would keep me from editing while I'm recording, and it could be interactive. I can make like an event out of it here on Twitch and be like, on this date, we're doing the recording for my beginner's guide video essay. I think that would be like a fun activity. I don't know. We'll see. I say all of this, but like if tomorrow I wake up and I'm like, I don't wanna, then I won't. It's a good idea until like I have to like start working on it, and then I decide if I actually want. How does this hair work here? Yeah, we fill in that. I'm just gonna say there's hair. Oh, over here. That's fine. This. Yeah, we're fine. Everything's fine. But yeah. This game takes up free real estate in my brain. Hair physics. I just like hair sculpting. How doth your hair work? Quack quack. Why did I make it like this? It's so everybody would ooh and awe whenever they see him. That is largely why. I want everybody to like pause on every panel that this man is in. Just let it sink in and then come back and reread the comic just to look at his hair. He does. Got gorgeous hair. Just that really pretty, wiggly, wavy hair. Yeah, that's good. Alright. Enough chit chat. Back to watching Jack. Click. I'm gonna enjoy seeing how he reacts. I'm very interested to see. Chomp chomp. Are you just staring at Kai's teeth every time they show up on screen? Just like, show me those pearly whites. Yes, yes, Flapu says. What would I do without your company? You make my day worthwhile. You really like making fancy hair? I like fancy hair. I'm glad you like fancy hair. I like drawing fancy hair. It's fun. Cause like when you're drawing a character over and over and over and over again, you better enjoy drawing them. So like I can imagine that other comic creators definitely would never ever ever make a hairstyle like this because they're just like, I am not drawing all of those wiggly waves. And then there's also like, you know, for some of those romance fantasy and like romance webtoons, you can get brushes that make hair, right? You've seen me play with them before. And they're really good for making like really quick, long, wiggly hair. And I played with them to help me sort of like figure out how to draw Kai's hair. But I can't do it all the time because I actually like doing all the hand drawing. And I can understand where some comic artists would not want to sit and draw all those wiggly locks because they can get confusing to fill in for flats. And having those kind of pre-made brush assets makes things faster. I find my shortcuts elsewhere on the things that I don't like doing over and over. But yeah, when it comes to drawing fun hair, this is one of my joys in life. I also enjoy doing flats. It's just a shame that I always feel like I spend too much time on flats and coloring and stuff. Especially shading. I feel like I take too much time to shade and I don't enjoy that as much. So I wonder if I should try experimenting with like even less shading. Trying to shade just the most essential parts. Cause like, I don't know. It's this constant battle between making it look the way I want to and still enjoying the process. It's really important to enjoy the process, because if I don't, I won't do it. And I need to. I also don't think anyone will notice. If I change the way I shade this, so long as it's in color and it's lit the same way, I don't think anyone will notice. I could probably get away with less. I should try doing less, honestly. Shading's not my favorite thing to do. I'm good at it. I'm certainly very good at it, but it gets so detailed after a while that I'm just like, oh, I am bored. I'm bored at filling in the shadows. Give me something to draw. We'll see. After I finish the flats here, which I'm sure I will in the next hour, we'll have time to do shading. And we'll figure it out. Yeah. I'm still figuring out how to remove a thing. Oh. Good luck on removing a thing. Is it complicated? Or like unnecessarily? I have forgotten to draw his earrings. Oh, I didn't forget his earrings on that panel. Okay. So I think all the earrings are done. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Next. There we go. They say it's a standard process, but there's no process documented. Oh, I just caught up to your comment, Flap. I see. Oh no. That's inconvenient to not have a process documented. Chomp chomp. Nang 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 nang. That's the wrong color. By the way, I was thinking that the mage core colors could also be red, since the others have variations of blue or green depending on where they are. Magic can be multicolored, so like pale red. Pale red works. Yeah, I could see them in maybe more crimson red, perhaps? Because Peacemaker has these pale, at least the uniforms that I've designed and plan to use. Where are they? Oh, where did I put the uniforms? It's in Bones Tarot. Concept. Oh, wait, you know what? I have a faster way to it. Oh! If I open this in Canvas, as long as they're red, soldiers know it's a mage, whether mage core or Peacemaker. Yeah, so like with Peacemaker, the investigators are usually in a red uniform, and these have special enchantments to help with like camouflage, should they ever need it when they're out and about. So that's why when Gavin first showed up in the story, he was able to change the colors of his uniform to match his surroundings. But when among people, the red is a great signifier. Healers are that soft, like, scrubs green. Artificers, blue. And the archivists are like a darker purple, while the academy students are lighter purple. And cadets are yellow. They're the cute little khaki vest. Yeah. Yeah, so like, in Running Fish, the kids that are like Rory and his friends, they're gonna end up with these vests that they can wear over their normal clothes whenever they're like in class or doing Peacemaker activities, to show that they're like the cadets, which are all the underage mages that take classes, and then the academy students are our college level, out in the mountains studying magic and whatnot characters, and these are for all the practicing mages. Caden gets a green uniform to walk around in. Yeah, they'll probably like get him sized for a uniform, because Marcus is gonna give him like a special permit to work for Peacemaker until he gets like certified or something, and then he'll probably get like a temporary healer's uniform. Probably not the jacket, but like a Peacemaker shirt and the slacks. He is considered non-adult yet still. Yeah, technically. He's 23, right? So the academy students graduate as normal college kids. So if they start at 18 and do 4 years, that's 18 to 19, 20, 21, 22. They graduate at 22. And then 22 to 25 is kind of their like practicing mage period. It's usually the time during which they find a mentor and become an apprentice for a specialization that they want to do, because then you can get certified as a master mage and increase your ranking. And then the whole like 25 thing is more of a cultural thing, that okay, this is a fully grown, fully matured mage that ideally has completed his studies. Their studies. Yeah. So like if once you graduate the academy by 22, you're considered a practicing mage, and then beyond that, you can become a master and then a grand master. And it's all according to like, each lineage gives its own certifications, and so Peacemaker itself also kind of gives certifications. So Marcus, for instance, is considered a Grandmaster Mage of the Bones Tarot, specifically in that area. So Caden would get certs, and he'd have to have fun jackets. Yes! So he'd have his basic certification, and he'd become like a practicing healer, basically. He wouldn't be considered a master until he gets like approval from another master or grandmaster healer who's like, yes, you are ready to go out on your own, do whatever, and also be an authority in this specific area of magic. So he would be at like practicing mage, and then he can choose to become an apprentice to like Davis or Florian. That would be his thing if he wants to pursue like a deeper career. He could also just stay where he is. It is up to him. There's no pressure one way or another. But yeah. Yes, he would get the fun jacket after, like, I don't know, a simple, like, he could, like, shadow Florian for a week and do good work, and Florian's like, yeah, you've got it. I'll give you your certification as a practicing mage. It's like a transfer. He's probably gonna go deeper? Cool. Yay, yeah. Yeah, because, like, Florian was a master mage when he met Davis, and he became Davis's mentor. And then Davis did his apprenticeship, and he's at a master level now. Florian has probably reached Grandmaster for, like, I don't know. I don't know what his specialization would be. I imagine it would be in, like, rare magical diseases and curses or something like that. Like, things that require surgery for a mage's aura. That's probably what Florian would be at, since our little roleplay world takes place 9 years after Running Fish. Yeah, so Florian would be a Grandmaster, and Davis is a Master, so either one of them would be a good mentor for Caden, depending on what he wanted to sort of specialize in. Because if Florian's more for surgery and disease sort of things, I think Davis is more on the intuitive side for a bit of mental health, oral alignment, and physical injury, magical injury, because it always, like, complicates shit. At least in my universe, it does. Like, physical injury caused by magic is more complicated than just, like, physical trauma. It's harder to heal because things are getting in the way, and so you have to, like, untangle the knots. You usually have to, like, find a way to remove the magic before you can heal the body. That's why Thaddeus and Marcus have scars. Otherwise, mages can heal away scars from mundane things pretty well. But magic leaves scars. It's the only thing strong enough to like, actually cause trauma on a mage. Unless they choose to have the scar. Like Concord. Yeah. Fun world building stuff. I like delving into those things. I feel like sometimes I'll explain something I know and then I'll embellish it. And I'll be like, that makes sense. And then I'll forget what I embellished exactly. But thankfully, hopefully, fingers crossed, the foundational aspects of Peacemaker's magic system are sound enough that even if I forget the details, I'll come back to those details and just develop them exactly the same because the rules are sound. Fingers crossed, but yeah. I look forward to seeing where your character goes in this universe, as he blooms into the person he's always meant to be. Yay. Emily too, if Emily becomes a healer. That'd be neat. They'd become two of the most valuable members in Mage Society. Healers are valuable. Save. Hooray! 1 page of flats done. And I continue the beginner's guide. I can't wait to see how Jack reacts, because, like, you can see throughout the game that, like, you believe the narrator, right? You believe what this dude, who presents himself as Davy Whedon, is telling you, you know? Because you don't, out of the bat, want to mistrust somebody. You believe them. It's like, oh, you're presenting this in a, I hope, honest way. And it's just, oh, you play off of that trust for honesty, and it's just, ugh. The betrayal. The betrayal is what gets me. I feel like I'll never let that go. Ever. Like, 10 years from now, I'll think back on the beginner's guide, and I'll be like, ah, that narrator. How dare he bamboozle me? I did know that the guy that made the beginner's guide made Stanley Parable. I knew that going in. I think you told me that back then as well. And like, I don't know anything about the creators. I have played all of Stanley Parable. I really, really liked it. I think it's a fantastic example of yet another narcissistic individual who cannot, for the life of him, imagine a world outside himself and his own desires and his own whatever. And that the whole world has to conform to his storyline. Right? Because he is the main actor and the rest of us are props. And so, Stanley Parable, I really like. And I didn't find the narrator annoying because he was so cartoonish in his narcissism. You know, he was funny. In the beginner's guide, it's someone who, like, because in Stanley Parable, we know that he's satire from the get-go. He doesn't present himself as a sincere individual. He kind of starts off as this smarmy, snarky sort of guy who's already mean to Stanley. But you start off beginner's guide with a narrator who is affable, likable, using the reputation and the name of Davy Whedon, in spite of the fact that in the context of the game, he is playing himself as a fictional character. It's not literally... And that's another meta level of the beginner's guide. This whole idea that we can learn about a person from the game they make, but that's bullshit. Because the Davy Whedon inside the game is not the Davy Whedon in real life. We could learn next to nothing about him as a person apart from speculation than what's in the fictional. And so, like, that in and of itself, the game in and of itself, cannot tell us anything about the individual who made it. Not really. And yet the character inside the game is being like, oh, by playing Coda's games, we can figure out what kind of person he is. And that's also bullshit. Like, god damn it. I'm writing an essay on this. We're going to have an essay. There's just fucking layers upon layers in this onion that next thing I know, it's going to become a mild obsession and a deep dive where just in the background I'm furiously researching other people's interpretations of this and then writing notes off of that, doing another deep dive research into, like, clinical information on NPD and narcissism and borderline personalities and the dark triad and stuff like that, as well as art, creating art, people who create art and people who play that art, like in video games, and the expectations that players have, the entitlement that some players have to, like, get to access the creator and find out, like, what were they thinking? Are they this kind of person because they make this kind of art? And all that other bullshit that happens where it's like, oh, if you put it into your story, it must mean you endorse it. And that's also bullshit. There's so much to explore because of the beginner's guide. I cannot rest content until one day I organize these thoughts and put them out into the world into a rant and then just, like, leave it alone, because I anticipate that since the game has been out for so long, that no one's really gonna watch it. I'll just upload like a nice 3-hour video to YouTube, and it'll be my only video essay. And it's just me slowly spiraling into insanity because of this game. Cause I like it. I like the game. I like how mad it makes me. And I like my opinions on it. You'll watch it? Aww. You'll watch 3 hours of me explaining in excessive detail how all of these topics definitely tie together. You're used to seeing me spiral, so it's nothing new. That's very comforting. Thank you. So it's nothing out of the ordinary for you. So that means I'll be genuine, which is always good. Sincerity is nice. Alright. I missed the earlier thing you said about Caden. He mainly dealt with regular surgery for trauma. I feel like he wanted to add more to healing wounds brought on by magic. Probably a really, really good thing to do, considering what's going to happen to Gavin later. And the truly nasty magic that he's going to have to heal. Because knowing Avery, he did not intend to leave Gavin alive. Or Caden alive by that attack. That will happen eventually when we finally get to that part of the plot. Yeah. So, Caden specifically studying that, good move from a narrative standpoint. I'm unhinged in RP, so you get to see me like that also. Aww, I know. Boy, do I know. And it's fun. I, for one, think that doors don't need to stay on their hinges. Why do we even need hinges? Why do we even need the door? You know, think of all other things you could use the door for. The hinges, not unhinged, hinge. Who needs any of it? I say free for all. I want Caden to attack Gavin soon. Oh no. Well, I don't know. Maybe after champagne. Yes, he needs the rest. Give it a few days. Few days of cooldown. And then, I don't know. Molly's gonna show up and she's gonna tell him, like, a bunch of stories about Gavin. So that'll be fun. Maybe then. I don't know. I'm sure you'll find an opportunity for him to jump Gavin's bones again. I'll just wait and be surprised. You say pff, as if that isn't exactly what's going to happen. Oh no, I made an accidental pun! Damn it! I retract the bone pun. No. Heck. I made an error. I don't? Oh well, I know you don't. I know you don't retract it. You emphasize it. Wrong color. Change the background. No, I think... Yeah, that can stay. That stays. Now I'll just put like a light glare on it. these things. They're not supposed to be there. I should have checked. Oh god. Alright. You know what? It's fine because when we shade in like this, all of these details aren't going to be a problem. It's fine. It's fine. And then when we reformat it, I'll make this panel small. Yes. Yeah. I'll fix it during shading. Don't have to worry about it anymore. Oh, moving on. Oh, I just realized that his uniform would probably be red instead of purple. I guess Kai's wearing an older uniform. He's already wearing the purple one. Maybe the purple one's like a general uniform. Because he's not an archivist. He's an investigator. It'll just be a continuity error. This is fine. Or maybe it's different for the HQ agents. Maybe city agents are more color coordinated. But if you're from the HQ, it's a standard portfolio. Yeah, is this the same purple as this though? So this is that. Oh, this is lighter. And then this is darker. Yep, alright. I'm calling it now. This purple color is for agents that are working straight out of the headquarters and are not associated with a specific branch office. Yep, special forces. That's what he is now. I solved that cognitive dissonance. Plus organizations change up their color schemes from time to time. Like Star Trek, I think. Or was it always that red is like leadership and stuff, blue is medical and research and science, and then yellow is security? Oh my god. The bone ductor? No, that's not even a good pun, Flapu. It will not be humorous. Alright, bonafide is good. The bonafide one is good. I'm not saying any of those out loud. I don't want it to be recorded. But you're not wrong. Yeah, but the bone ductor doesn't sound like a word. It's not even a good pun. It's recorded? Well, fine, that one is. I'll give you that one. It's for free. Goodness sake. I'm gonna keep watching Jack. Click. Yeah, I bet. I look forward to it. Gavin is not bad to the bone. He's a good boy, and you know it. He is a gentleman. And he's made out of 100% rarefied boyfriend material. Until you challenge him, well, okay, fine. I can't go against that. I can't say that you are incorrect. That would be hypocritical of me. And he turns calculative. Yeah. Yeah. He's got nefarious mastermind in the making vibes. Kind of like, oh yes, I've become an adult. Now, to go about the business of becoming an adultier adult. And he's like, I think I'll take the mastermind route. Thank you. He wants to be the best possible investigative agent ever in history. Gavin, for all of his sort of like soft-spoken, gentle giant demeanor, has enormous ambition. Like, he wants to make a genuine change in the world for like mages in general. He wants to invent things. He wants to research stuff. He wants to investigate in all parts of the world. He wants to reach like a grandmaster level in some sort of specialization, or even just as an all-rounder mage, because he can't choose just one thing that he wants to do. And so like his ambitions are enormous. He's driven. You should get a rainbow suit. He's not gonna get a rainbow suit. As cool as that might look, I don't think anybody would take him seriously. You know what would be badass is if he got like a black suit. Because black is a mixture of all the colors. And it would make him look so ominous. It would be awesome. What about a white suit? A white suit would get dirty too easily. Like, it would have to be enchanted so that it does not, like, get any stains or something on it. Like, knowing Gavin, he just, like, because, like, I don't think he particularly cares if his clothes get dirty or not. So, like, when he's on a mission or something, and he's just like, oh, I have to go tromp through the woods? Let's do it. What does it matter? And the next thing you know, he exits the woods covered in leaves and mud and dirt, and just like a dog. Look like he's getting married at all times. Oh no. He's probably got like a dress uniform that's like black and white. Like it's got like a black coat and white pants or something like that. The most eligible bachelor. I mean, not anymore. Like, wait till the gossip mills around the office find out that he's in a relationship. Money will exchange hands. Especially between Gavin and Harlan. They've definitely got a bet going. I just don't know who's gonna win. Or not Gavin and Harlan, Rory and Harlan. And Molly. I bet they have a bet. Of like how many years it'll take. Or more like how many years it'll take for them to approve of any new partner for Gavin. So that they're not betting on him, they're betting on their own approval, their own actions. Actually, I don't know. Can that even be a bet? Whatever. Better not. The partner? Yeah. Oh no. We should figure out the bet. Maybe. I feel like the more I talk about it, the less I like the idea of them betting on anything Gavin does. I feel like that would be in bad taste. When now that I say it out loud. But I don't know. Yeah. Right? Because, like, after Avery and everything. Oh no, Harlan would. 100%. He does not use kitty gloves on Gavin. And Gavin appreciates that. He does. His rivalry with Harlan is part of the thing that anchors them nicely into the friend group. It's going to be so much fun writing their banter. They're going to be so mean to each other. Just like so mean. And it's like, because they're so mean to each other, that's how you know they're getting along. Like, when they show genuine concern is when you know something has gone wrong. Like, oh no, they're actually being nice to each other? This is serious. What's happened? Are they okay? But if it's just like insults and threats, oh no, they're fine. That's just them. So now I'm thinking if Harlan would have made a bet with Gavin himself and given him like really good odds, because it would be Gavin's choice. Watch Harlan win. Because Gavin decided to get a little too confident. Which brother is the family gossip again? Henry. Felix's bestie. Henry and Felix are the center of the gossip mill. They are the engine that keeps it going. So Henry is Gavin's oldest brother. Marcus is the oldest half-brother. A full day of Gavin doing what Harlan wants. Maybe. I'd have to figure out what the essence of their bet would be. I think, yeah, a full day of doing anything Harlan wants would be a pretty good thing for them to bet to each other. That, or like a full day of you have to agree with everything I say. Or you have to say only nice things. Something that like really gets to the heart of what would make them go like, That's a cute gif, though. I keep coming back to look at the two cats. It's cute. I'm gonna save that gif. Add to favorites. The big cat looks like what the fuck just happened. Yeah. Which is why it's perfect for Gavin. He would also be like, what the fuck just happened? There was no discernible trigger for this. I don't understand, but here we are. I'm not complaining. Alright. I'm glad he found someone he likes. Me too. I didn't anticipate this. Like, not even a little bit. But you know what I've learned from Kane was going in as if Gavin was gonna hate him. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, like, two thoughts. One, whenever we have like those little like headcanon roleplays that aren't really canon but more possibilities, those end up like a lot more feral and off the wall than the canon roleplay posts, right? Like the canon ones can get a little unhinged, but they're usually pretty reasonable because like there's context, you know? And it's like, oh no, we have to fit the context of the character and the setting and the moment. And I love both, right? Because it's hilarious to me how we'll come up with ideas in one corner and then it just turns out completely different, and they're both delightful. And also, like, some of the best. Hi, Roxy. Hello. And the second thought is that some of the best like ships that have come out of like me role playing with people and OCs and stuff are the ones that kind of came out of nowhere. Like, we weren't anticipating this chemistry, but here we are, and now the brain cell is resonating, and we can't stop. So I guess this is fine. You know? It's just like, oh, hello, and then the chemical reaction just sort of like goes off, and you're just like, okay. And you have no choice but to go along with it, because it's there, it's happening now, and this is just what it is. And that's also quite delightful. It happened with another roleplay buddy of mine. We created these two characters on a whim. We had them meet, and it was literally love at first sight, and we're just like, how did this happen? Like, we don't even know how this happened, except that it did, and we're just like, oh, okay, moving on. Let's just see how far this goes. And then it just becomes like this delightful story. And I don't know. That's part of why I like role-playing so much, because you never know how the interactions are gonna go. It's always like a surprise. And I like that. Hello, I'm out of work. Yay, Roxy's done with work. It went to the software quickly. It did! It did! I was expecting such drama on Caden to throw in. Honestly, we all were. Find it hilarious that Kane and Gavin didn't turn into a pissing contest like I thought it would. Honestly, same. But that's probably because my headcanon Gavin was too much like Marcus. Like, he was a bit too grumpy. And so, like, this was like a younger version of Gavin that when I started playing him, I'm like, just like, oh no, you're still a baby. Like, that's adorable to think that you can be big and serious when you're just like a baby bone. Like, that's hilarious, Gavin, yes. Big man, sure. It was a different kind of drama, right? And then we thought that, like, sure, Fluffoo. we thought that like Caden and M would immediately get on. And that turned out differently. Oh no, did I exit out of the page? That turned out differently as well. In a really interesting way, because again, the context changed. And it just developed in this sort of like nuanced manner. I think the only one who's pretty like always on target is Dimitri. Because he's unproblematic. He doesn't really have major past trauma. And Dimitri's like as advertised. That's true, we did add Dima knowing Caden. And that changed the dynamic a lot. Oh man, that like, it definitely threw a wrench. Like a wonderful drama wrench right into the middle, to the point that we had to stop and reassess the drama. Which has never happened to me before, and I'm very pleased. That was actually, I look back on it and that was a fun experience. Like, it was at that point we realized that if we kept going, we would have fucked up. And it's like, oh no, we're giving all of the OCs anxiety. We need to stop. It was getting very close to like, look at what you've done. You fucked up a perfectly good OC. They've got anxiety and depression, PTSD now. Right? It's like when you make cha, right? And you put milk into the tea to have it boil. If you don't keep an eye on your pot of cha, it will overboil and just become like a little mini volcano on your stove. This close to overboiling. Like, we caught it, and then what you do is you blow on it and you like slip it off to the side of the stove, and that's how you save the cha. So we saved the cha. Kept it from overboiling. Next character. Put a wooden spoon on it, stops it from boiling over. I actually never tried that, mostly because you don't use spoons in cha. You just boil it. I mean, I like using a spoon because then it keeps the milk from like crusting the bottom at least a little bit. But no, when you make cha, you don't use a spoon. It's not noodles. I'm glad we talked and we're like, I don't care how to fix this. Yeah, me too. I think it was Flapu who's like, I think we need to bring the adults into this, and we're all just like, yes we do. They're in the room with the other characters right now. The adults would be a great thing to bring into this. These wooden spoons my mom has are as old as my teenage brother. Oh my gosh. What is the shape of the wooden spoon, Roxy? That like helps stop over. It's like those like big flat wooden spatulas, or like the thinner ones that have like more of like a flattened spoon on the end. Because those are the only two kinds I've got. I have like a lot of wooden spoons that I cook with, and it's just those two types. I've got like a long skinny one with like a little flattened spoon, and then like spatula ones, like broad ones, and then I got a nice skinny one that's like an Indian wooden spatula. Yeah. And then one that's like a spatula, but it's got a bit of a spoon shape to it. It's really weird. Big flat ones that has to fit over the top of the pot. Okay, that makes sense. I guess the bigger, flatter ones is better. It was an emotional roller coaster, and somehow got that and Davis to like Caden, which I was surprised about. Oh yeah, because out of the four main characters for the adult characters, Thaddeus and Davis have gone through some shit in their life. So if anything, they listen to Caden and they're just like, oh, the traumas of our past. And now we're in a position to alleviate it for a young man, and that's something we didn't get. Sign us up. I thought Thad would hate him. I know, right? Again, unhinged HCs that focused on Thad's pettiness out of context. And then when we actually get into context and I have to think about like Thad's own past history that I wrote for him, and I'm just like, oh no, he cannot hate this boy because Thaddeus has grown and he no longer hates himself. So he can't hate his past self either. And by extension, there's no way, now in hindsight, that he could hate Caden. Not even a little. Like, he'll look at Caden and be like, oh shit, this is a second chance for me. Like, by extension. To make someone's life better. In a way that I never got. Yeah. Can't wait till things come to a head where Thad is just like re-adopting this boy. Yeah. Yeah, just one more thing to add to Caden's overwhelmment plate. Because Thaddeus is just like, you're already part of the clan. We might as well just make it just a little bit more official so you're anchored in here and now you can't leave. Gonna make that a reality somehow. I will work with you. Any ideas you have, I'll work with you on it. We'll figure out the plot point. There are ways to finesse this. After all, stories are made up. We made this all up. We can make up whatever we want. Because it's not real. Every so often it's nice to remind myself of that. It's just like, no. You can have whatever you want. It's fine. Even if you have to retcon stuff or fudge things. I've done that before too. Because I've done like so many roleplays with Cherry, for instance. We've had plot lines that have gone so kind of like off in one direction, and I'm talking like hundreds of posts off in one direction, that we like go back to a critical point and we retcon it and we end up with a completely different story. So I've had that happen too. So I have a long and storied career in roleplays. It's been fun. I've done so many different kinds too, but almost all of them had magic. I think only Sigma Black had like some of that alien sci-fi stuff going on, but it also had a little bit of magic involved, so yeah. Caden's ready to bolt until Gavin even comes. All the tropes! Kind of like how we're doing now? Yes! It was originally supposed to be a story about Katana growing and getting hunted down by his father. Yeah. Yeah. And we're still doing that. We are. The first time Evan Gavin was canon, kinda. Yeah. I wasn't... Okay, definitely when we first started, Gavin did not have a crazy ex. That... I don't know where that came from. I mean, I know where it came from spiritually, but for Gavin's storyline, was not anticipating that. Oh yeah, the crazy fangirl. I forgot about that. I'm really curious to see how Emily and Gavin develop now, because it's gonna be a slower roll than like in the Witch AU that we have. Though granted, in the Witch AU, it was a much narrower premise, and they were kind of like proximity put together. This is turning into a romance-centered RP, which I don't mind. Yeah, I mean, for the time being, it is very romance-centered with all the relationships, because we just have so many characters involved. The plot will weave in when we, like, settle. Because that always happens, right? You, like, run out of things to develop for the character's personal growth, and then you're just like, well, time to throw the assassins at them and see what happens. Or you send the characters to a circus, which we kind of are. Sending them to a fun spot-esque festival. That's usually my solution. You send assassins after them. That's what happened in Partners. It always works. Yes, and Em was even more shameless. She was. Also, Emily was older in that other roleplay as well. She was older, and she already had Jason and Cyrus. Babies. They're so cute. Here she's reserved, which is different from her normal character. Yeah. I think right now, this is a prediction, is Emily probably will, like, develop personally a little bit more, and then get to interact more with, like, each of the characters. And that's where, like, the relationship development will happen, because once they get to know each other, and she finds her stride again, that's when it becomes inevitable. I think. Or I can get Kaden getting harassed by the Master Sergeant outside after it's done. Yes! Yes, that should happen. I mean, not that I want Kaden to suffer. But I do want the others to be there and, I don't know, make a protective wall around Kaden. And then Em can summon her familiar. You can go grrr. Or something. I don't know. Because, like, it can go in so many different directions, right? She feels like a fish out of water. Yeah. And she is, right? She's basically tossed into this town. Has to deal with, like, all of these people suddenly coming in and entering. Because, like, even for Emily, it's been, like, what? 2 weeks? Yeah. 2, maybe 3 at max. Emily is the one with the most aggro familiar. At the moment. We haven't seen Moody used in a combat situation, but I have ideas. You remember Jack Jack from The Incredibles? It's like that with Moody. I have been thinking a little bit about Moody's abilities outside of just being a cute blob that wants to give everybody kisses. Like, she can be downright dangerous when Gavin needs her to be. Yet somehow still cute, which makes her, like, vaguely scarier. And I'm all for it. I kind of see her a bit like Kirby, actually. Right? Like, you know how Kirby can, like, absorb his enemies and then, like, use their powers and shit like that? I think Moody has kind of Kirby-esque abilities, except instead of having to absorb somebody, she just works off of Gavin's imagination. And that's more than enough. Yeah, like Kirby! There's a lot of Kirby energy in Moody. I love Kirby. Kirby's so cute. If he plays the Kirby games, that's a whole lot of ideas there. I only play Kirby in Smash. Ah, Roxy plays Kirby. I mean, Gavin does play a lot of video games. That is one of his hobbies. He really enjoys video games. So I could see it. Gavin dabbles in a lot of stuff. He, like, cycles through hobbies and activities. I think he's currently on a video game binge. He's probably playing something at the moment. And so, like, after work, he'll go and he'll play. No, clip. For a second, I thought I was gonna have to restart it. Em only has a Switch because her friend group all played together. Has like Stardew Valley and Animal Crossing on it. Aww. Aww, Stardew. Yeah, I imagine Gavin has collected... He probably has like a few consoles because he's not the only one that likes playing games. I imagine that like the adults also have games that they like and that they've collected. It was probably a way for Marcus to bond with like baby Gavin. Like, he would be like that big brother who's playing a game and he gives Gavin a controller that's not plugged in so that he feels like he's also playing. He would have done that. Like when he's got time off the academy and like he's home and babysitting. And would buy consoles for Noah, who's a gamer, and just learn by osmosis. Oh, that's cute too. That is, right? Isn't it adorable? I can imagine that toddler Gavin has a lot of memories of getting to like play games with Marcus. That's why Marcus is his favorite. Marcus is the only one who didn't tease him growing up. But all the other brothers, oh no, all bets were off. The other 5, relentless. Marcus is the only one. I think mostly because Marcus was waiting until Gavin became an adult, and then he would bully him. Because he's like, oh no, you're old enough now, you can take it. You can protect yourself now. Marcus is stern, but fair. Gotta hoard the teasing? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Marcus's brand of torment is very low-key. He won't be in your face about it, but it is equally relentless. Gavin had to learn from somebody. Like, his calculating nature came from somewhere. It was mostly Marcus teaching him how to be smart. And the rest of his brothers. I feel like the Bone family, they portray themselves as just like, oh haha, no, we're just silly little cowboys out here in Texas with our ranch. And then underneath that, it's just like, we have a grimoire that's over 300 years old, and we're quietly one of the most respected families in the nation for magic. But no, don't look at us. We're harmless, honest. Just country folk. Do not look this way. These are not the mages you're looking for. When in reality, they just have an insane amount of influence. I'm working on M's younger siblings. They're essentially redheaded Luna Lovegood and Draco Malfoy at this point. Ooh. That's spicy. Oh, but Luna? Ophelia's like Luna? That's precious. Let's see, headcanon that all of M's friends got together to play FNAF in her boarding schoolroom. Oh my god, yes. I finally watched, I think I watched Jack play all of Five Nights at Freddy's, because I'm never going to play those games. And then I watched the Internet Archivist play Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach with no commentary, because I just wanted to experience the game. It's really neat. I like it. And I watched the DLC too, and so I'm just like, oh. Because I also watched like a different video that was all about the Five Nights at Freddy's lore, and like this dude like strung it all together. I think it was Wendigoon. I think Wendigoon had like a really multi-hour part movie where he put together the storyline and history of Five Nights at Freddy's, and I gobbled it up. I ate that video like a snake eating a gator. The bite of 87, yeah. Yeah, Wendigoon put it all together, and I'm so Now that I've watched all the games, because when I watch his video, I never watched the games. I don't know how they were played. I didn't know any of that. I just got like the lore in the background, and now I want to go back and rewatch the Wendigoon video to be like, now I understand what the games look like and how they're played. Because it's so cool though. It's so cool. Like, I genuinely love how it's just sort of like cobbled together, and it was just it's neat. I love that shit so much. With like multi-game series, multi-book series that all share like a united world, like Discworld, you know? A lot of Peacemaker is inspired by the very existence of Discworld. Because I want a Discworld, and I'm really happy to see that potential of the future is that Peacemaker can be kind of that for me, the shared universe of these characters, because it's fun. You get to like see them at different stages of life. You get to see them when they're the main characters of a plot, and then when they're not. I feel like it lends a level of reality to the world that makes it feel lived in, and that's like my primary preoccupation with Peacemakers. I want it to feel like it's lived in, that you can create your own characters and add them to the universe and seamlessly kind of just slot them in. Which is why I'm having so much fun with this roleplay, because it's expanding my ideas of the world so well. Like the whole like Mage's Refuge idea, I did not have that idea before the game, before our game. And now it's going to become a major part of Running Fish. So, congrats, and thank you for helping me develop that idea. And like the whole clans thing also was not a thing until now, because I realized that it's got utility for the storyline. I need to figure out Caden's hobbies. Yes, now that he has time to indulge in them. We do have his guitar playing. He plays guitar, he works on bikes, he exercises. That's a hobby when you're a civilian. I love watching Jag when I was with my dad. Oh, I see. I have not watched Downton Abbey, but I have heard about it a lot, and I think I watched like one episode randomly when like someone else was watching it. And that's all I know. It was a very dramatic episode in which I think a lady lost a child, or she had a child and then she died, and then the dude like took the kid and left the family. Yeah. All I know is that Dame Maggie Smith is in Downton Abbey, and that is the limit of my knowledge. It's about a rich family in England. Like old money rich. And then it's just a social drama, a family drama, which reminds me of old rich Indian families and Indian soap operas. So like, I've seen this rigmarole. I watched one episode and it was so dramatic. Yeah. I know exactly which episode that is. Dame Maggie Smith is so funny in that show. I imagine, like, she's like the matriarch lady, isn't she? God, I love her. What the hell? Husband found dead on the side of the road. And the pigs and the— oh no! Her clapbacks are iconic, aren't they? God. I watched Hook for the first time with my writer buddy. And she was so surprised that I'd never seen Hook. So like the Robin Williams and Dame Maggie Smith played Wendy, the old Wendy, in that storyline. It is a wonderful movie. It's hilarious. It's was equal parts made me laugh and then made me want to cry. Right? In Hook, Your favorite Peter Pan story. I feel like you said this when I first told you that I'd never watched Hook and then I finally did. Yeah. I loved it. I loved it a lot. Like, we watched like 2 weeks prior to watching Hook, we watched Christopher Robin. And I love that movie too. I think like I watched that movie and then Winnie the Pooh like won my heart all over again. And I love the Peter Pan story as well. You can buy it on Vudu for $5. We'll see. I feel like I watched it once and it's so fresh in my brain. It's not like a movie that I want to watch over and over again. But it is definitely one that I think is going to stick with me and it's going to influence future stories for sure. Like future stories that have a more family dynamic and like coming of age dynamic and stuff. Peter Pan with the little blonde boy. I think I know the movie you're talking. Is that the other live action movie one? Roxy? Cause I loved that one. That one took over like my middle school aged brain at the time. He was the cutest. He was the cutest Peter Pan. I think I watched that movie a couple of times and then I delved into the fan fiction. I think I was in high school. I remember reading some really good fan fiction like years later when I was in college and I was thinking back to that movie and I'm just like, huh, I'd love to get more stories. You have the DVD? Right? It was a good movie. It was good, it was romantic, it was just like all things Peter Pan. And oh my god, the kid that played Peter Pan. Adorable, like perfect. And the girl that played Wendy, I liked her a lot too. I think she was a lovely Wendy. Peter Pan is just one of those stories that's like a gift that keeps on giving. You could do so much with Peter Pan. She was a pretty Wendy, right? And Peter Pan is in the public domain. Yeah? Yeah, that's why like anyone can adapt Peter Pan and write about it. It's like Sherlock Holmes now. Especially because now we have soft Sherlock Holmes. In my pitch deck that I'm making of all the comics that I could potentially make, hopefully in like partnership with companies that may want my stuff, I have my Sherlock Holmes based in the Peacemaker universe pitch. And just off of the little paragraph that I made for that blurb, it got me excited because I'm just like, oh, it's here, it's in the flesh, and I could see it. And it all hinges on me being able to write a softer Sherlock because he's my preferred Sherlock. The one that has like emotional empathy, and he's less of just a problem-solving robot. Like, the cold and calculating Sherlock is cool and all, but I prefer the one that's softer. Make a version of Peacemaker with Peter Pan? Ooh. I wonder how Peter Pan type being would be possible in Peacemaker. See, now I'm wondering. Because Sherlock Holmes, I can definitely make a magical version of Sherlock Holmes with the Arcane Institute in London. Like, that's already got some foundation there. But Peter Pan, I wonder. Because Peter Pan exists as, like, he was a boy that got turned into something of a spirit, right? He kind of became like a fairy boy, like Link. And like a part of dreamland nature. A boy that was born on like hella ley lines. I don't know. Or an elf, he is immortal. That's the thing, like, no one is immortal in the Peacemaker universe. You could be really, really, really heckin' old, but you're not unable to die, because one of the this is like the meta mesh of the Peacemaker universe, is that nothing lasts forever is like one of those phrases that I think will pop up with characters, especially mages, over time. It's kind of like how in Game of Thrones they had the phrase "winter is coming." For mine, it would probably be like nothing lasts forever, not even the Earth or the universe or anything like that. So what could be functionally immortal could be, but everything ends. Could he be a chthonic or celestial? He could be a celestial. I can imagine something like, because there are fairies, there are the fae folk, but even they like live to about, I don't know, 500 or so before they like pass. It's kind of based off of like my own personal philosophy. I don't buy into immortal things. Probably because I also believe that nothing lasts forever. And so I can't help but for that fictional universe to kind of also have that built into it. But functional immortality would make sense to me. Like, yeah, you can live forever if nothing kills you. Sort of vibe. Like, do you live forever once everyone who's ever personally known you is now dead? Like, that kind of forever? Do you live forever once everyone who's ever known you and then heard of you is also dead? That's also kind of forever. Like, at one point, if you're a sentient being, I feel like you'd get tired of life once you've done everything that you kind of want to do, and then the soul is like, well, I would like to explore something else now, please, thank you. Moving on. And that kind of like, I guess it's like the Hindu philosophy that's undergirding it, because there's cycles of reincarnation and stuff in Peacemaker. There is that concept, but there's also concepts of interdimensional beings who are not mortal, so, but they're also not physical, you know? And if they exist at a higher dimension, time and immortality have no meaning, because they don't interact with the world in a mortal fashion. So it's kind of like, I don't know. Like, there are actual deities, but they kind of have like principles upon which they interact with the world. One of which is don't fuck shit up against nature and don't interfere with free will. So it's less Greek gods and more Indian god vibes. I don't know. I haven't delved really deep into that aspect of Peacemaker, because I don't want to have very many I don't want to have too many world breaking type of things, because it could get really big really fast, and I don't want to like mess with like the physics foundation of like the magic system and stuff. Like chthonics and celestials, I've already got like guardrails on those. They're like the highest scale of things. They could be the closest thing to deities that are in the universe at the moment. Because technically they are like pluralist souls. Like in a higher dimension, they're like one, but out of one come many different expressions of the celestials and chthonics that choose to like manifest and be born in the world. And then once they've kind of done what they meant to do, because they can remember what they meant to do once they like mature, then they just sort of like nope out of there when they're done and return to like their singular soul thing. It's like a vague cloud. World building. Let's see. Doesn't stop Lexi from trying. Lexi's dad is gonna leave once Lexi dies. Ah, I see. Because he found his time interesting. Lexi came at a time when he was getting bored. Either Lexi dies or Lexi has a child. This is a Tiangong Chifu. Wait, there's a pill like that in Heaven Officials? Khan is not. No. No. It was mentioned. I'm going to conveniently delete that from my brain. I have like, so there's very few personal lines in the sand that I make with my fiction. I don't remember that. Wait, Lexi can? Alright, back to my original point. There are very few lines in the sand that I draw with the fiction that I enjoy. The Omegaverse and Mpreg and all that stuff is something that I was never into, and I don't think I ever will be. I've entertained the idea, and I found that I don't like it. So to all of those who do, have at it. You can have the party over there. All the way over there. And I'm gonna stay right here. I'll be honest, I don't remember a lot of latter details for Heaven Officials. I don't remember the vault scene fully. Like, I have gaps in my knowledge. I know, what's it? Moda Zushi. I know Moda Zushi better than I know Heaven Officials. I'm much more knowledgeable about the Grandmaster of Demonic Cultivation. Probably because it's got a live-action drama, and I watched that at least 3 times, and I've read the books also 3 times, but I've only read Heaven Officials twice. So I haven't done any kind of like deep dives. Even though I like it better. But I also really like the Demonic Cultivation one, so. Shrug emoji. I remember seeing it. We were gonna get an extra. Oh my gosh. I am waiting for the live action to come out too. The Untamed doesn't have that pill. No. No. Probably because it doesn't really deal with the gods and demons. Like, it's got the monsters, right? Like the ghosts and everything. But I don't think it deals with like the gods. It doesn't need. No. I don't think it does. Again, like, for me, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is that makes me just look at it and be like, no. Because it's not like I'm disgusted by it. It's more that I don't get it. It doesn't fit my, like, the shape of a man's pelvis does not facilitate this. It would break. It does not have the flexibility necessary. It breaks my, like, brain with the anatomy of it, and I'm just like, no. No. It doesn't compute. Like my brain blue screens a little, and then I'm like, I cannot suspend my disbelief for this. Yeah, they did. They adopted a child in that story. So I'm just like, it's fine. I like the babies ever after trope. That's fine. See, like, that's fine by me. Like, if you want to hand wave it and just be like, oh, go along to get along because it's fiction, you can do whatever you want in fiction, I'm 100% behind that. I just don't think I'll ever hand wave it. Just be like, I'm not gonna believe it. I don't need the babies ever after. Because, like, some of my characters don't want kids. Like, the more I think about, like, the Polycube 1, I don't think they are gonna have kids. I don't think that that's, like, in the cards for them. Like, they're gonna be like hella mentors for people, but like them personally wanting to like raise kids, I don't know, I don't really see that for them. And that might change depending on, like, I don't know, if something happens in Running Fish that surprises me. But for the moment, it's kind of like, yeah. Maybe I just haven't given it enough thought. I don't know. Let's see, I'm gonna catch up on the chat. Hopefully it doesn't get shelved like the Arha live action. I hope it doesn't get shelved, because I heard something about like the animation for Heaven Officials that we may not be getting a season 3. But I don't know. I actually haven't been keeping up with any news whatsoever with like animation and stuff. Let's see. Honestly, a child doesn't need to be blood related to be a child between the two characters. Yes, I do agree with that. Like, I definitely 100% agree with that. Mostly because I'm a sucker for the found family trope. Found family can... any day. It would always work on me. The found family trope. That's why I liked Voltron so much until it went unhinged and off the rails in season 8. I was willing to accept season 7, and then 8 happened, and then I'm like, everything into the garbage right now. God, that's another one. Voltron. So good. So good. Like, ships aside, and all of the insane fandom stuff aside, season 8 felt like it was not a continuation of the story. It was so out of character. Ugh. Voltron was a wild ride. There's rumors of a remake already? Oh, but then again, when did Voltron come out? It's like in... oh, no. It's years ago. Years and years. Like, I was an active member of the fandom from about season 3. I got active on Tumblr again because of Voltron. It's 2016? Yes, 2016 was when it started. And like, it's still good. It's still good, and like, I love all of the actors that were on it. The voice actors were wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. It's just, I don't know, something got really off kilter in that last season. Like, I don't know, I blue screened when I heard about it. Ugh, seriously? A remake? Man. I would probably still watch it if it was decent, because they have a pretty high bar to clear. Because I feel like right up until like season 6, right? Even season 7 felt really cohesive. And I'd be okay if the showrunners had said less. I feel like you shouldn't hype up your story before it's released. I feel like you shouldn't say anything about the storyline or plotline before it happens in the story. Because then the audience won't have any expectations. They'll have speculation, but it's always better to just not say anything to like a wider audience. I feel like they really put their foot in their mouth more times than they should have. Because if they had just kept quiet, they wouldn't have had as much of a backlash as they did. And also, certain parts of the fandom were uniquely terrible. And they needed to chill out. Just... Yeah, the last season was straight out of character. Nothing made sense in terms of characterization. And even the plot wasn't very good. It was kind of just like... they took away all of the nuances of the characters and things that were building up that the original writers did, but I do know that, like, a lot of writers walked out, and they had to get new writers that did not do their homework. And that's very disappointing. But it's something that you just live with. I've rewritten the ending in my head, and I've moved on with my life, honestly. No one should talk about a story before it comes out, period. I want to be in the dark. I want to be surprised. I agree, Roxy. 110% I agree. Like, don't tell me shit. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Don't tell me anything. TBH, I did the same to The Last Airbender. The new live action thing that came out. Oh, the original. Hold on, can you... Oh, like, you went into The Last Airbender. I didn't like that Aang and Katara got together. Me too. So, with The Last Airbender, I had a very unique... Or rather, I felt like I had a unique sort of take on the thing from a philosophy standpoint. It did feel thrown in. I believe that the lion turtle at the end was a deus ex machina. And if they really, really, truly leaned in to the Hindu and Buddhist philosophies that they were presenting, Aang would have killed the Fire Lord. Because that's what happens in the Hindu epics. You kill the source of evil so that he has a chance to be reincarnated and do better in his next lifetime, because he has caused so much harm in this world that the despot needs to be removed. That said, I believe the Western sensibilities won out in the end, because even the whole you have to let go of somebody in order to reach the avatar state. I mean, I understood at one level, but there's like a nuance there. You're allowed to love people and not be attached to them. Like, you can still have love for people and not be spiritually attached, because you're still alive in the world even after you reach enlightenment. You still have to act in the world and be a human being, even if you reach enlightenment. Like, your life doesn't end because you've reached enlightenment. It's just... It was such a surface level understanding of those principles, when at the time I was studying that stuff in Sunday school from, like, the Bhagavad Gita and all that. And I know that I'm a nerd. I know I'm, like, an exception in the fandom for Avatar. But I didn't agree with the ending. I remember watching the ending, and I went to bed just horribly disappointed, to the point that I had like a pit in my stomach, and I was like, I don't know, maybe 13 or 15 or something. I don't know how old I was. I just know that the night the last episode of Avatar aired, I was at my cousin's house. We were out at an event, and I was really anxious because I thought I wouldn't get time to like watch it as it broadcasted, but I managed to get back. I watched it downstairs, and then I went to bed, and I couldn't get to sleep because I was so upset with how it ended that I think I put on my headphones, and I had like my iPod Touch, and I listened to the saddest songs I could find. And I put myself to sleep that way. Because I was so disappointed with the ending. Like, at that age. I don't remember a lot of the details of the ending. I just remember feeling like it didn't do it for me. It did not do it, and I feel like even if I went back and I watched it and went through the whole storyline as like a more experienced author and story writer, I would still not like it. Yeah, Sokka and Suki were nice. I don't know. I just know that I formed my opinions on the finale of Avatar when I watched it in its original broadcast. I rewrote it in my heart, and I moved on with my life. Oh no, Zuko and Katara were my everything. Even now, Flapu, they are my everything. It would have been a perfect, ideal setup. I also saw Aang as a child. That's another thing. Like, I look back at it now and I'm like, these are all children. They're literally 13 and 14 years old by the end of the story. Like, Sokka's maybe 16. Katara was 14, and Aang was 13 at the end. Zuko, I think, was also 16. So, they're baby, right? They're babies. Like, I watched Avatar when I was the age of those characters, basically. I watched the original broadcasts. I watched it in its first run, from start to finish. Because I was hooked. Me and my brother were hooked. And I remember being really hardcore for Zutara. Even at that time. Like, that was my ship. And I remember at the time there was like these YouTubers who would make like theory videos every week based on the previous episode with like a Zutara bent to it, and like me and my brother, I would make Jay watch it with me, because I it was my moral obligation to have my brother on my side for this, because we were both really, really into it. And to be fair, you know, I was kind of hyping it up for myself, but that's what you do when you're a teenager and you're really into a fandom, is you find anything at all to support your confirmation bias. Because it's made up. And it's for fun. I had my most fandom phases when I was in high school and college, and then since then I kind of like chilled out until Voltron. And then I saw the chaos of the Voltron fandom, and I noped out of there really fast. And I haven't been part of the fandom since. Sad face. I also don't have as much time to like watch stuff and get into it. Honestly, Zutara was much more of a compelling ship. But Persona 5 and the Untamed. Like, I really like the Untamed. I really like Modao Zushi. I think that was my first like Danmei novel that I ever read. And it was so compelling. And I loved it. And then I went and I found more after that. But Modao Zushi had a chokehold on you until Tiangon Chifu. Yeah. Same. Big same. I love the Untamed because of how well it depicts family and trust, right? Like the social drama aspect of it is just, I don't know, it's masterful. And it really, really makes you feel for the characters, like, and also, the actors for the Untamed knocked it out of the park. My goodness, did they do such a good job depicting all of the relationships and the messiness of, like, it. They even, like, they added subtext and stuff that wasn't like I didn't really feel in the novels, but like the actors and like I assume like the director and whatnot put it in, that I was just like, oh, this is really quite subtle and well done, and just, I don't know, I'm personally, I'm enchanted by it. I really, really enjoyed it. The only reason I started reading it was because it was a BL. Like, I would see people talking about it online and stuff, and I didn't know that it was a BL, so I wasn't particularly interested, because I'm just like, oh, it's just like a a fantasy story with all these like different elements, and it's like an epic, and then it's about these two characters. And I think at the time I was so used to being queer baited that I was just like, well, eh. And then I saw that like, oh no, these two are soulmates, unequivocally, explicitly soulmates, and I'm like, you have me. I will read it. I will give it a try. I'll read it start to finish. And I did. And it took over my entire brain. There are lots of layers. Lan Wangjina's Go-Go Boots. I hate that it caused such problems for one of the actors. Oh no. Yeah, so that's another thing, like fandom. His reputation recovered? I'm glad. I don't know a lot of the drama, but sometimes definitely the fandom needs to chill. Big time. Like, you are allowed to show your love for a thing, you're allowed to shower them with love, you're allowed to do critique. But you're not entitled to anything. Least of all their time, their creativity, them catering to you. You're not entitled to shit. You take what they give you and you enjoy it. And if you want to do critiques, by all means. Perfectly fair. But you have no control over this situation. You have no control over these people. And some people do not acknowledge that. Like, this doesn't belong to you. And that's always, I know that's like part of every fandom, but like sometimes I'm just like, bro, you enjoying this thing does not make you entitled to having influence on it. You're not allowed to influence it. That's not your position. I believed it as a fan, and I believe it as a creator. Like, oh. The auto mod got you, Roxy, because you're writing about the scum villain saving system. Yeah, I read Scum Villain too, and I read it after I read the other two. Not the biggest fan of Scum Villain, but I will say this as like a writer. I can see how she started, and I can see how she developed her ideas and her storytelling as she went on. Like, I like Scum Villain as a writer, I think. Because the way she's developed her ideas and her world building and her storytelling from Scum Villain to Modazushi to Tiangon Chifu, and the nuance and the skill and the development of her ability to weave a tale, as well as like the content of it as well, is like she improved by leaps and bounds from one story to the next. And I kind of like observe that happening. It's fascinating to watch, because I feel like I've also done something very similar in some of my stuff, like going in and out with stories. You're not a fan of the isekai genre in general, so it didn't mesh with it. That makes sense. Oh, Dungeon Meshi? Yes. I've been meaning to watch Dungeon Meshi. I've seen like nice feral fan art of it, and I'm just like, ooh, this sounds like my jam. Because there was also that other anime that I really liked that's just this like dinky little isekai called Campfire Cooking in Another World with my absurd ability. And I unironically love it. I love it to pieces. I want more. I want 10 seasons of it. I need to know how this boy's life turns out in this little isekai world where he's got a giant wolf familiar who's like a small demigod and a tiny slime daughter, and he's just out there living his best life, making money as a merchant and cooking good food, because his giant wolf familiar is a huge foodie and just I love it. I love it to pieces. It is wonderful. Bus Code needs to chill way down. There's too many out there. I know, right? There's so many traffic accidents for these isekais. I like isekais. I guess I wouldn't say I like or dislike them. I think they're a conceit. They're a plot device. So, however the character gets into the situation that they're in is more or less irrelevant to me, unless it's like, I don't know, plot breaking. Because one thing I don't like is when a character kind of like uses their knowledge from their original world and then it becomes way too easy for them to succeed at what they're doing. Like, way before this isekai thing, there was a story written by, oh god, oh, what's his name? The title of the book is something something Yankee. Oh, fuck, hold on. Because in Western literature, right, their word for isekai is a portal fantasy. And I have read a fair number of portal fantasies. Before this isekai craze has happened, like over the years. Like these are, isekai stories are nothing new. They're just having a moment at the moment. And if I can find the name of this story. Like, what is it? Ink Spell? Inkheart? Inkheart is an isekai. It's a portal fantasy. Only you get to jump back and forth and then you have characters popping out of the, like, it goes both ways. Alice in Wonderland is an isekai. Mark Twain. Mark Twain's a Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's court is an isekai. This dude gets hit in the head and he wakes up in, like, historical King Arthur's Camelot, where magic isn't real, and he uses his modern day knowledge to become, like, an advisor to King Arthur, and basically takes over the country, more or less. A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's court. Mark Twain has written an isekai. I would argue that Gregor the Overlander is a little bit of portal fantasy, though it all exists in the same world. So maybe not Gregor. Yeah. So Connecticut Yankee, Alice in Wonderland, what other books are isekais? I don't know, but there are plenty other portal fantasies out there. You never thought about that? Yeah. Right? Alice falls in through a hole in the tree, ends up in another world, eventually returns. So the key difference narratively between Western isekai and Eastern isekai is in the Western one, you always try to get back to your original world, or you always end up back in your original world. So even in Mark Twain's A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court, at the very end of the story, he goes back. Right? Like, I think he goes back, like, I think he, like, lives out his entire life in the King Arthur times. And then at the very end, he gets sent back. And just for whatever magical reason, he's back in modern day, back to who he used to be, and he's still got all of these memories. And then I think there's, like, different variations between Japanese isekai, Korean, and Chinese. And then isekai is also different from transmigration, which is what happened in Modao Zushi. So Scum Villain's Saving System is an isekai. Modao Zushi is a transmigration story because it's still in the same universe with, like, not technically, and it's not reincarnation because he took over another dude's body. So that's transmigration, which is a neat word to say. Transmigration. The Never-Ending Story is another one. Yeah! That's really, really old. I haven't thought about that in ages. I watched it as a kid once, and then never again. I know I watched it once. So that's, yeah. Portal fantasy. So portal fantasies have been around 5 ever. So it's neat to think of these story writing tropes that have had convergent evolution in the imaginations of writers. And it makes me curious about the human psyche in general, and like, you know, theories of like a human collective unconscious. Collective unconsciousness. The collective unconscious. What is the word? It's a Jungian. Carl Jung came up with the theory of the collective unconscious. I want to know if I'm saying that right. Carl Jung, collective unconsciousness. What is the term? Yeah, collective unconscious. It's always a weird word for me. Unconscious, subconscious, and conscience. Like your conscience. But it's spelled conscience. That's how I remember how to spell it. I don't appreciate that those words are way too close to each other. It's in Persona 5, yes. Persona 5 is an isekai. They even call it isekai because that's the Japanese word for other world. Isekai. The Shadow Realm in Yu-Gi-Oh! Isekai. That's what it is. That or it's like the underworld. Greek mythology, the underworld. Isekai. It's literally another realm. Pasture, pester. Yeah, posture. Yeah. I think even parts of Sailor Moon, if they ever get transported to different, like, areas or realms, all those mean real different things. Yes, they do. Pasture, pastor, pester, posture. They do, they die. Yeah, Sailor Moon. So even in Sailor Moon, that one has reincarnation into it as well. Yeah, so that's got reincarnation tropes. So, I don't know, all of these tropes that we see happening and these trends in storyline, like, they're nothing new, right? These falling into a game world, falling into a book. You have Inkheart. The game coming out, you've got Tron. You've got these virtual reality stories. You've got those sci-fi stories. You end up into a computer program. The moment computers were invented, those kinds of stories happened as well. It's nothing new. And I think that's fascinating. It's fascinating that there are no new stories under the sun. And yet, there are. All of these stories are brand new. They're remade again and again, where the well-worn patterns are interpreted over and over with fresh life and fresh blood. And God, that's why I like stories so much. Because each and every person that makes it their own, it truly, genuinely brings something completely brand new into the world. Even if they're retelling a story, it's still brand new. It's still a new layer, a new side, a new facet to it. And that's why I like storytelling. That's why storytelling is neat. And more people should do it. I'm also trying to convince myself to like work on a standalone novel. So like, you know how earlier this week I was writing? Or hold on, before I get onto that, that is the start of the Shin Megami Tensei series. Computers were invented. It allowed a programmer to make a program to summon demons. Y'all neat. I actually didn't know that. That's why I love fanfiction so much. Exactly! Taking something you love and know and you change it into something different. We love remixing things. Because humans, people, like patterns. We like familiar patterns most of all. Familiar patterns make our brains happy. And so when we get to see them, we're just like, oh yes, more of this, like exactly this, but differently, in different costumes with different names and different settings, but this, over and over again. Just keep pressing that dopamine button of, I don't know, rivals to lovers trope, or forehead touches, or, I don't know, anything. Holding hands, characters being soft with one another and emotionally vulnerable, found family, isekais, using modern knowledge in a fantasy setting and taking over the world, power leveling systems, just like all of these, just over and over again, which makes me understand why there's so many villainous webtoons. There would not be as many as there are if readers, a majority of readers, those silent readers, don't keep buying them because they're just like, we want more. We want to get to have a woman to express herself, because right now it's only socially appropriate if we're allowed to be mean and just like out there if we're like the villainous, you know? They get to do things that normal nice heroine girls don't get to do, and it's incredibly freeing, and I can understand that. And that's why, in terms of like what people will throw their money at, that's why there's so many of them. And then it does get saturated, but that core audience will kind of always be there. And I don't know, it transforms. And so like, as a writer, I get it. As a reader, I'm like, not entirely my thing, but that's because I read BL. I don't read villainous romances. As entertaining as they can be. But I can understand that the core readership of them, I can understand why they like them, and why they would want more and more, and they would go ahead and they would read everything that even has villainous in the title. Because there are those readers out there. And I wouldn't want to take away their fun, you know? BL villain romances? Ah. Oh. Yeah, like you love the villainous stories. And yes, those forehead touches were for you, Flapu, because I know that you enjoy those. I'm in a 30-year-old fandom, joined it when I was in middle school. Awesome! Yeah, like Harry Potter's fandom is old. I've been a Harry Potter fan since I was 9. That's literally 21 years. They're beautiful. But the villain romances, oh. I do want to get more into like villain stuff too, because I feel like that'd be cool. Also because I like figuring out villains, because first of all, just evil for the lulz, evil for evil's sake, not very interesting to me. But I love the idea of someone who like is made out to be a villain when they're like perfectly justified in the things that they are doing. I like those kinds of villains, you know, the ones that are kind of like, this is nothing personal sort of thing. Because, like, I've got stories that are kind of, like, in the wings, like, revenge stories and stuff. But I feel like whenever I start writing those, I kind of write myself into a corner a little bit, because I think I make it a little too hard for them to kind of succeed in the way that they want to. Because I really like revenge stories. I remember watching, like, a couple of, like, I watched a Korean drama that came out recently that was about, like, a this girl who was bullied in high school, and she's got like a whole bunch of like scars from um, a hair curler iron. Um, and she gets revenge on like this group of horrendous bullies, and it's like loosely based off of something that actually happened in Korean high school. The Glory, yes. Thank you, Roxy. You watched it too? Ah. Yeah, and I need to read The Count of Monte Cristo too. The Glory was astounding. I loved The Glory. I loved every single little bit of it. I love how she just had to move, like she just had to show up, and they started falling apart and tearing each other apart like these awful, awful people and awful adults. And I've been wanting to rewatch it actually. Never seen it. I need someone to watch it with me. Oh, Flapu, I would rewatch The Glory in a heartbeat. I wouldn't mind replacing Xena a little bit with The Glory. Because it is difficult to watch sometimes. It is definitely it's got scenes that are a bit difficult to watch. No doubt. I don't watch things unless I watch it with someone. We could replace Xena with The Glory. I would rewatch it. It's a social thing? Ah, I see. Okay. Well. I feel like if we watch The Glory, we could turn off the collective roleplay brain for an hour and do that on Monday nights. I feel like we'd be pretty... Maybe. That's hard. We could try it. We could try it, because like we stay up afterwards as well. But yeah, no. I mean, I'm in no rush to rewatch The Glory. But the RP brain rot is real, and I'm more than happy to indulge in it, because I haven't roleplayed like this much regularly in kind of ages. Like, I do roleplay with, like, Cherry and stuff, but it's kind of a little bit sporadic because me and Cherry are so busy all the time, like, working and stuff. I haven't had, like, this, like, daily, multiple posts a day thing in a while, so, like, it feels really good to be able to be regularly creating and writing in, like, I'm playing a game context. It's nice, honestly, and I say we just keep this train rolling until we calm down, whenever that is. I'm all for that. I'm not advocating for any kind of change of plans here. You know? What do I know? Life got the better of me, so I didn't have a chance to reply in the Witch AU. It's okay, Roxy. Roxy, it's okay. My ADHD does not allow that to happen. It's not gonna happen. You're not gonna slow down. Fair enough. I'm not interested in slowing down either. unless like life slaps me in the face, like unless I'm like on deadline or something, and I'm like, hey guys, silent stream today, I'm putting Discord on Do Not Disturb. Even then, I'll finish work, and by the evening time, I'm like, nope, I've got 3 hours. Time to reply to all the posts, right? Someone has to slow me down by not posting. Yeah, like, I feel like it'll happen as we ebb and flow, but I'm just saying this now. This month for me doesn't have any, like, large social, requirements of me that I know of. The last few months have been busy every so often. So for me, apart from work, free for all. I only have Mother's Day. I see. I never have social requirements. You do sometimes. When you're busy with like work, and then you had like lunch with that one person, and then you had with like your boss. Had to go out for dinner then. Granted, those are like perfunctory, but they're still social. You guys are my social network mainly? Aw. Yeah, you guys are my social network too. And it's fun. I enjoy it. I appreciate your guys' company. I appreciate how like nice and small my Twitch streams are. Cause it's cozy. Yeah? Like I think we just spent like the last hour and a half of me rambling at you. I need to stop doing that? Stop doing what? Distracting me? We all knew I was running out of steam, right? Like, I prefer to be talking at the moment. Though I am only halfway through Jack's Thing of the Beginner's Guide. Oh, inviting people to go out to eat. Ah, I see. Yeah, you did that to yourself. I'm pretty sure. Like, even when you were talking about it, you're like, I invited them. And I'm like, well, you made your bed. Flappo, I'm not sure how to stop it. I have no control over you, as has been demonstrated many, many times. So I'm just sitting here like, I have no control over Flappo. Flappo does what Flappo wants, and Flappo wants a boop. Ready? Boop. That's for Flappo. Oh yeah. Hi, kid. Fine, I'll squish. I did actually forget to do it earlier. I got distracted, and I didn't, in fact, do my wrist exercises. I apologize. Ah! Why is that coming up multiple times? Water. How much do I have left? I've got plenty. I have enough for now. I'll be hungry soon, and I don't know what I'm making for dinner. I kind of want to make fettuccine alfredo. That involves going to the grocery. I feel like I'll have the energy to go and grab some groceries when I'm done streaming here. I feel very motivated for fettuccine alfredo. With like chicken in it. Or bacon. Chicken. Take a chicken breast. I'll saute that while the noodles are cooking. And then on the side, I'll have a can of Alfredo sauce and I just pour all of it out. And then I spice it up with my extra spicy chili powder. And mix that. Add some more cheese. Well, it's already made out of cheese. I won't need to do anything. So just the spicy chili powder. Put that in. Have that simmer. Add the chicken into it when the chicken's cooked. And then by then the noodles will be done. Put it all into one big pot and mix it. And then I have like noodles for like, I don't know, 3 days. Yeah. I'm gonna eat fettuccine alfredo for like 3 days. Ooh, beef jerky. You said you need to get groceries? I do. I also need to get groceries. Don't want to go out right now. I feel that, Roxy. Normally I feel that. Right now I feel like I could go get some. Like I want to get that plus like snack ice cream. That's what I wanted. I made a list while chatting. I was gonna go last night, but then I like came out of Kempo and I'm just like, nah, I want to go home. And I had some food and I'm like, I can get by. But now it's reaching a point where I'm like, I only have one slice of end piece bread left, so I need bread, I need bacon, I think I've got butter. Yeah, I've got butter. Bread, bacon, ice cream, snack, milk. I should buy a new thing of milk because mine's about to go bad. Bread, bacon, butter. No, I already got butter. Hold on. since we're talking about groceries, I might as well do this now before my brain decides to delete it from itself. Because it's just like, oh no, we're not remembering this. Right. To-do list. Oh wait, I can do this on the computer. I have it set up through the Walmart, my Walmart account. I have lists. Alright. Time to figure out Sarah's groceries. Only the essentials. Oh, I have mayo. I should get packets of tuna. Because, oh my gosh. If you mix tuna with mayo and then you season it, add a bit of cheese, and then you toast it with toast that's buttered on the outside. Oh, it's so delicious. Tuna. Alright, so tuna. I have chicken. Eggs. I need eggs. So it'll be milk, 1 thing of fettuccine. I don't need any potatoes. Bread, eggs, tuna. I get those like packets of tuna, but I could get the little cans. So I'll just, whatever's cheapest, I'll buy a couple of things of tuna. Like maybe 4 or 5. Ice cream. Whatever catches my eye is the ice cream that I would get. And beer. Again, same rule. Whatever catches my eye is the thing I will get. I'm gonna let future me decide. Right. I think... Oh, and I need to get... I'm almost out of some spices. Specifically, crushed red chili pepper flakes. Don't have those. I'm about to run out of like this big bottle of it that I had. So, I need that. Those go inside my grilled cheese sandwiches. Just like in between 2 slices of American cheese. Put the red chili flakes in there. You butter the outsides of the bread and toast it. And it's delicious. I had that for lunch. Do you do tuna and water or tuna and oil? I think I mostly get the tuna, like the chunk light tuna, in water. I don't think I've had tuna in oil before. I don't know what the choices are. I just, honestly, I get the cheapest thing there. Because it's basically just tuna and salt. And you get that, and I mix it. The oil is weird tasting? Yeah, I want the least amount of flavor. Like, I just want tuna and salt. And so, like, the tuna, salt, and water is just fine. Why are you making me hungry? Because I'm hungry. I'm going to make eggs? Eggs. I need to buy eggs. I can blend some drinks? You could do that? Yeah, you have a blender. See, that just makes me think of, like, if I get ice cream and I have milk, I can make milkshakes. Take, like, 2 of my little lactase pills, and I'm like, I can have all the milkshake I want. Lactose intolerance will not stop me. It has no power. So long as I have the pills. Root beer float? Maybe. Maybe. I've lost my taste for soda. I need to, maybe I can get like soda that's made with cane sugar instead of high fructose corn syrup, and maybe that'll taste better to me because it's like made out of like proper sugar. But yeah, no, I think now my taste buds have changed to the point where I can't enjoy soda. I need like, if I'm gonna have soda, it's gonna be like that Pepsi with real sugar or Mexican Coke. Mexican Coca-Cola. Um, yeah, like I'm not even that married to like the brands. Like there's what's it, Boylan? Boylan is good, I think. I'll take a peek. I'm gonna go grocery shopping. Or the Philippines fruit drinks. Yeah, because like having something bubbly and sweet is nice. I actually don't like root beer floats all that much because like I have the soda and then you add the ice cream and then it just like bubbles and that like foam fizz. I don't like as much. But I do really like milkshakes, which is just like ice cream with a bit of milk and stuff. Um, Honestly, I kind of want to get those ice cream bars because they're easy to eat. Just unpack them and go. Delicious. And it's less work. It's less work to eat popsicles and ice cream bars. Put some Kahlua in there, you get a spiked Frosty. Flapu. Don't tempt me. I like cream liqueur. It's delicious. But we're not buying liquor for the time being. I don't even have any left. That's why I'm sticking to beer. I think we're done with the flats. I think I'm done with work, and we're half an hour away from plum soju. I don't like flavored soju. I like standard original soju. I have to be really careful with soju because I can and I will drink a whole bottle in one go over the course of like 1 or 2 hours because I like the taste. I have to be careful with soju and sake. Those are like treats. I'm a child who likes sweets. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. My cousin's husband that came to visit, he actually works for Cadbury, the chocolate company. They brought me bars of chocolate. I got like a stack of chocolate bars in like a variety. I've been eating so much chocolate these last few days. Oh, Canadian Cadbury chocolates. They're so good. You can make chocolate coffee. I already make chocolate coffee. I put Hershey's cocoa powder in my coffee. And I add like extra sugar and I boil it in milk. I only eat chocolate when the red tide is high. Wait, what? Oh, I see. I haven't heard that euphemism. Canberra chocolate? The Cadbury? What's Canberra? Were you trying to write Cadbury and then it... Ah, yeah. I learned that apparently, like ages ago, Hershey's had beef with Cadbury, and Cadbury legally cannot sell their chocolates in America. It has to be like sold through Hershey. There's like a ban. Oh man, Hershey's almond nuggets. We need to stop talking about food because I am gonna stop my stream like right now, go do my groceries, so that when I come home and I finish making dinner, Flappa will be done with work, and then we can let the brain rot set in for the rest of the evening. You didn't know that? Yeah, I didn't know that either. But Cadbury, you like they cannot sell in the U.S. because like them and Hershey had beef back in like the 80s or something, and there was like a lawsuit and shit, and so now even if like Cadbury like makes the chocolate bars, it gets like packed up as Hershey's bars and then sold in America or something like that. Like he like gave me the tea. off of that. I didn't know that. I learned a lot of like wild things that are happening in Canada right now. Like there's a insane import tax for like dairy because they're trying to prop up their local dairy production, and so like Indian dairy. We have this brand called Amul, and so Amul cheese, Amul butter, Indian ghee are so expensive that in Indian stores in Canada, they're having to put them behind lock and key. They'll like put out an empty box on the shelf and you have to go to the front register. And it's like 50 Canadian dollars for like a block of Amul butter, which is a water buffalo and cow blended dairy block of butter. It's 50 Canadian dollars, which is insane. And their local dairy is like not very good. But they have such an like a huge import tax on like foreign dairy that it's just it's ridiculous. So I heard a lot of like stuff that's happening with the Canadian economy and how like insanely expensive things are getting up there, and I'm just like, oh. Yeah. I feel like this is happening everywhere. Hop skip across the border for genuine Mexican tequilas. Yeah, I'm not near any kind of border. I just have to get by with what I could get from the Walmart across the street. Gotta do what you gotta do, and you buy what you can afford, which is just like the reality of the situation for so many people right now. Like, there are trade-offs to be made. Just, you eat what you can. Like, thankfully, I don't have to worry as much about the groceries here, because hopefully we will not have insane import taxes and tariffs on our foodstuffs. Then we already... I don't know what the policies are here in America for that kind of stuff, or in Florida for that matter, because I should probably look it up. I haven't been to the Indian grocery in a while, so I don't know how much Amul butter costs here, but I bet it's not $50. Oh, you're going for a week in June? Oh, you don't have to send care packages, Roxy. I import most things. Yeah, I don't think I import anything. I get imported goods from the Indian grocery. They import stuff and then they sell it here. Like, I can get some British candies, like British candy bars and stuff at the Indian grocery. I like those. They have like those Aero candies that are like chocolate bars, but they've got little pockets of air inside of them, and so they're like a little bubbly and melty. It's delicious. I remember when I went to Piedras Negras. I don't know where that is. Man walking around with a bag of cheese puffs. Oh. So like he was just like holding like armfuls of cheese puffs, or he just like, oh, it's in Mexico. Okay. I've never been to Mexico. I've been to like different places in Texas with my cousins and stuff. Like mostly it's Houston, Dallas, and we took a vacation in Galveston because there's a beach there, right? I don't know. I remember we spent like 5 days at a beach, and there's a picture of me, my brother, and our cousin all looking significantly darker than I am now. Like, we were burnt toast by the time we were done playing on the beach for a few days. And my cousin got burned. I felt bad for her. She's a lot fairer than I am, so she actually like burns in the sun if she's out for too long. But like me, Jay, and our cousin, we were so dark when the vacation was done. I was a teenager then, so I don't think I burned as easily. Um, in one bag of cheese puffs. The man was not small, so he was like, he had like a huge bag of cheese puffs. Oh my gosh. I want to do the tour stuff in Mexico. I only seen the little border town my family's from. Oh. I always joke that someone has to flip me on the beach so both sides are even. Yeah. What happened to my cousin is she was lying down, she was reading a book, and she fell asleep. She fell asleep in the sun, and then she just had the worst time after. I felt so bad. I think like me and my brother and cousin, we were like running around a lot, so we didn't like we got evenly baked. I was in the water most of the time. They were digging a hole in the beach, and that's all they did. They made a bathtub sized hole and got very nice comments about it. From anyone who passed by. They were the two teenage boys just digging a hole in the beach and then filling it with water. It was very entertaining. That's exactly what guys do at the beach. Yeah, there's just something about like you go to the beach and you're just like, I'm gonna dig a hole. It's either dig a hole or make a giant sandcastle, you know? There's always one pair doing that. Yeah. Yeah, for that vacation, it was my brother and cousin. And like these two boys are 2 months apart, so they're practically like brothers. And so yeah, it's just the two of them, same age, feedback loop. And it was just they're very, very consistently dedicated to their hole, and that's all they did on the beach. Me, I like the water. I was in the water the whole time. I had to be told to get out of the water. Dig a hole so they can bury Gavin in it? Oh no! Gavin would look at the hole and he's like, I'm not getting inside there. I don't trust you. I don't trust any of this. But also he can't say no to them, so he'd probably do it anyway. Because it's Gavin and he's a pushover. Let's see. Right. Do I have... Okay, I have all my layers. He is. Caden hasn't learned that yet. No. No, not quite yet. Caden's context of Gavin is just, like, very specific patches. But, like, you know, with the stickers and everything, he's slowly going to see that outside of Gavin being challenged context, Gavin's a pushover. Absolutely a pushover. You actually have to probably be careful because he's like, sometimes he needs to be saved from himself doing things for others. Because he'll just like volunteer and he'll just do stuff, and they're like, wait, no, hold on, that is actually too much effort for a person to make. You should not have to offer this. And he's just like, that doesn't seem like too much effort. That seems fine. So he needs to be told no. Oh yeah, Emily Burns, she's confined under an umbrella because SPF 5 million won't cut it. Oh heck. I remember because in the Witchy AU, Gavin gave her a little ring that would keep her cool. It was cute. Like she like enters the story in the heat of summer, and it takes place in Texas. He is cute. Gavin is cute. Gavin's very cute. I love him. Aw, poor thing. Yeah. I always feel bad for people who are like very sensitive to heat. Cause like I'll just be standing around being Floridian and Indian and I'll just be like, it is hot outside. This is fine. Like, it's not like you don't feel the heat, it's just like you've resigned yourself to it, and so has the rest of your body, and you're just like, just tolerate it. But I also know that's kind of like, that's all I've ever known. I've only ever lived in really humid subtropical regions my entire life. Like Mumbai, Mississippi, and then just Florida. All of Florida. Northern Florida, when you get closer to Georgia, then you might have like much cooler temperatures like during winter and whatnot, but this far south, nah. Good luck. The last few winters though have been getting like randomly colder, so there is that. It's just the air is soup today, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, white passing Native American, you burn! Heck. Mom is being Native American and black. She bakes and gets toasted, I see. Just like your sister. Ah, I see, I see. Yeah. Yeah, Jay's a bit darker than me, so he doesn't burn as easily, and I have a certain amount of tolerance, but I don't know, just to be safe and to take care of my skin, I have like, I have a lotion that's like SPF, some low number, it's like 25 or 15. It's very, very light SPF, because I don't need much, but it does help, because if I am out in the sun for too long, I do start to burn on the bridge of my nose and the top of my cheeks. And I don't like how flaky my skin gets when that happens, so at least on my face. Like, my arms and legs are fine, usually. It takes a lot longer for these to burn. It's always my face. Have you ever got burn on your scalp? No. No, my hair, my black hair has overheated in the sun. You could bake an egg on top of it, but I don't think the top of my head has ever gotten burned. You have? It was painful? Oh no! Oh, Flapu! I'm so sorry. That sounds awful. Black hair in the summer is the worst, yeah. Yeah, that's why, like, when we went to Universal last week, I made sure I had a hat all 3 days. After the first day, we started putting electrolytes in our water. Godsend. I was genuinely amazed. I didn't have a headache at all, and we walked around in the heat all day for the rest of the week, and my head never hurt once. So, I have learned I may need some electrolyte help whenever I'm doing something outside or exercise. Like, normally Kempo doesn't give me a headache, but I feel like it'll only help. So, yeah. I have dark brown hair, but it isn't super thick, so it's not too bad. Oh, that's good. Yeah. Like, you see my hair. This is actually, like, very thick. I have a lot. I have a lot of hair. There's a reason we're keeping the undercut this summer. Because, like, I feel like growing it out. But not all of it. Not all of it. All of this stuff in the back is staying nice and short. So that the back of my neck doesn't die. And I think it'll look cool. I'll have Kai's hair. Just not as wiggly. I'd have to, like, curl my hair to do that. You can't do short hair? Oh, that's okay. Also, kind of culturally don't do it. Yeah, that's fair enough. Fair enough. I've had a history of just like experimenting with my hair. I've always had these cycles. Ever since I was 9 or 10 is when my mom let me grow out my hair. Because before that I had the bob cut. It was straight, right at my chin height, and straight bangs. I had that until I was about 8 or 9. And then I got to grow out my hair, and thus began the cycle of growing out, cutting it really short, growing it out, cutting it super, super short. Had a pixie cut for a little bit in college, grew that out, and then I did what happened last year, or the year before. Chopped it all off, and kept it short. Got it really, really short, and I found my limit. I found that a boy cut does not suit me, and I don't like it. And now that life is starting to settle down once more and get back into like a new rhythm, long hair again. Except I want to keep it like trim and pretty. And also my hairstylist does this thing where she like has this shearing sort of tool that like lightens my hair so it's not as heavy and thick. And that helps a lot as well. Without like actually cutting it short. It just like thins it. And so that's really nice. Super good. Roxy needs to chop off her hair again. It's too long. Roxy, how long is your hair? Let's see. You only cut your hair when you're cutting off a relationship or mourning. I see. You could trim it, but any further and people think someone died. I see. And same for the men. Ah. Yeah. Men with long hair. We need more men with long hair. I approve. You love this guy? I am so glad. Kai's cool. I think Kai's ethnic background when I created his character is like Indian and Nepali. So like North Indian side. Where like you've got an ethnic crossover with like Chinese and Southeast Asian with India. You've got that. What's it? Kit is Hispanic. Pippin is I don't know. I think I just made him ethnically ambiguous. Because I didn't want to figure it out. He's American. American mixed. Chomp chomp. Oh my god. Yeah, Roxy, Flappo has been fixating on Kai's teeth. Largely because of this panel, I assume. Like this one, right there. Nang 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 nang. See? Chomp chomp in all caps. And Roxy too. I can see why. Yeah. Yeah. You guys are silly. Gavin needs to bite more. We'll see. One didn't cut it. You could give Dima prominent canines. Yes. You should do that. I feel like Dima is one of those characters who like has an intrusive thought and then just like reaches over and bites whatever he can find. Right? Like just cuz it's there. Right? They're just hanging out on the couch or something. It just leans over and goes, "No." As if just like cuz he can. And like it's like head empty, there's no thoughts behind these eyes. It's just the appropriate action. Like this is just what you do. Yeah. Like just like, yeah, intrusive thought. Yeah, he would I could see him doing that to Caden. And then getting embarrassed, and it would be hilarious. Caden too, and then Gavin. If he does it to Gavin, that would be genuinely very funny. And also get Gavin confused. Just a wee bit, just a skosh. It's already starting to happen with Dima. You can see it with Moody. Oh, Caden. It's okay. Gavin understands. That's true, Caden does flirt with Dima all the time. Gavin's just following his lead. Also because Dima's just so, like, genuine and sweet that I think he triggers the need to tease him. Even from someone like Gavin. Like, there's just a vibe. And then you can't help yourself. I think also because Dimitri is like so much younger to Gavin. Like Gavin is 6 years older than Dimitri and M. Right? Yeah. So like he sees them and he's just like, oh, cute. It's kind of like how you see teenagers as babies once you hit your mid-20s, right? And you're just like, oh, so young. I could see M doing that. I could see M doing that and just like, it's like an automatic defense mechanism. Because like she's prepared. Need to give Dima one of those like fidget toys that you can also chew on. That might help. Or maybe it's not as satisfying. Maybe it has to be one of the people. No, not a pacifier. Just like I don't know, the chewing equivalent of a fidget toy. I know they exist. Oh no. No, not a dog toy. And Flappu, no, not a specifically shaped one. No. No. Spritz you with water. Spritz. What do you mean you're not going to sneak that past me? Silly. Exactly. Dimitri wouldn't even use it. He would just sort of be there and then he'd hide it. Well, of course Caden would. This is peak entertainment for him. What time is it? I'm hungry. I want to go do... It's 7. It's 7. I'm calling it a day. I'm gonna go do my groceries. Refill my water bottle. Yes. Groceries. I want my fettuccine alfredo, dang it. And dinner. Yeah. Alright. Yes, I will go do groceries and cook, and I'll try to do it as fast as possible. I'll bring my laptop downstairs. I'll hang out and chat. Then brain rot, yes. Yes. Alright, cool. Always good chatting with you guys. I hope you guys had a good day. And I will talk to you later. Let's make sure we saved everything. Yes, we did. As always, thank you for your company. I appreciate it. Always makes my day better. We'll stream tomorrow. Probably a half day like today. Yeah, and that's it. Oh no, the ads are going. Damn it. Oops. Well, there's nobody here but you guys, so that's fine. I don't have to worry about it. Alright. See you guys later. Bye bye.